Hey everybody, a happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Hope y'all had a nice weekend. If anybody doesn't know who I am Estani. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress. I do the TTRPGs sometimes as well. Hello, and welcome everybody. Honestly, my weekend could have been better. I've been struggling with insomnia like all weekend and last night too. So hopefully I can get my sleep back on track tonight because I'm tired today. Woo! But it happens. Before we get into more Ace Attorney, let's say hello to everybody. Hey, Dirk. Hey, Mr. Bad Guy. Scroll. Sankar, thank you so much for the 14-month sub. Thank you. Hello, Divine, and hello, Drow Snido. Or Odin's Sword, whichever you prefer. This game again? Did you know they have clocks inside statues? No, tell me more. Hey, Rex. Hope you can sleep well soon. Thanks, I hope so too. The issue is like, when I can finally fall asleep, I sleep fine. It's just getting over that initial hurdle to falling asleep has been a real issue lately. Like, to the point where I think the night before last, I got like 6 hours of sleep, and I still couldn't fall asleep until after 6 a.m. This Snyder could be a drow name. Could be. Oh no. The worst thing to do when you need to sleep is thinking about sleeping. I do it quite often. Yeah, I'm not stressing over it. Usually I'm either like watching something or trying to find like something to distract my brain. Because usually it's just like I can't get to a point where my brain just chills. Oops, that was loud. Sorry. I'm trying to put a lid on my water. Drow works fine. Alrighty. Or Dro, I guess. Dro or Drow? We'll figure it out. Calculating how much time you have left before you need to get up again. Oof.
3 months of wholesome comfy streams, less than 3.
Aw. Hey, Mr. Uppercase T. Thank you so much for the 3 months. And hi, HD. How you doing? I guess fortunately for me, at least when it comes to my own schedule, my sleep schedule, is that I'm very much in control of it. So if it gets to a point where I'm just like, I need more sleep, I know y'all would be like, go back to bed. Even though you'd be disappointed about the stream not happening. Hey, Ice Bunny!
Oh hi. I've got one of those, too.
HD, thank you so much for the 21 months! Thank you. Hey, Allie, how's it going? I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, we'd just be like a stay asleep in Discord, you would. But yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. So let's do some voices. I did just eat some dairy though, so these voices might be a bit rough. But we're gonna give it a try anyway. Oh dang!
More sharing.
Lost, thank you so much for the 24 months, the 2 years. 2 years you've been here. Thank you so much. What the heck have I been playing? Like, I can't even find it on my quick list anymore. Alright. Allie! Thank you for the bits! Hey, Kulan! We're just getting started.
Choo-choo.
Oh, wait, do we have a train? We have a train! My other chat is covering it. Oh no. Derek, thank you so much for the bits as well. Thank you all so much for that hype train. Hype train maintenance. Y'all are too nice.
Curie train.
Loz, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you for gifting a sub to the community and for making my bot get subbed. Derek, thank you for the bits. Y'all are too nice. Alright. Storybot earned it. Storybot does work. Didn't know that could happen. When you give it to the community, it picks someone, I believe. It chooses someone unsubbed who's in chat first, I think. But it also feels like there's a hierarchy system. Where, like, if everyone in chat is subbed, it'll pull people from the channel who have been here before but aren't currently here. But I'm not sure how they structure it. Yeah, look, Starybot's doing work. Wait, how many subs have people gifted Starybot? Starybot has had 7 months of subs. Aw, Derek, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Ice Bunny. Ice Bunny, welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Let's continue. Oh, we should probably talk about where we left off. So, this is Emma. Oh gosh, I'm gonna forget all of their names. Twitch doesn't even know how gifting works. I wouldn't be surprised. Emma, okay. Her sister is on trial for a murder we don't believe that she committed. But her sister is basically admitting to the murder, and we don't know why. When it seems like there's more to the story than first meets the eye. Also, Emma and her sister look suspiciously like Mia and Maya, so that's fun times. So we've just finished, I believe, day 2 of court? Or are we just starting day 2 of court? I think we just finished day 2 of court. And we found there's a paper or something in the tailpipe or the muffler. Anonymous! Thank you so much for gifting us up to Platt. Platt, I don't know if you're here, but enjoy the emotes if you are. A case that's more than meets the eye. Ludicrous. Who would believe? We got level 3 hype train complete. Hey, Crit Witch. Don't all sisters look alike? You know that's not what I mean. So, they were saying that the barrel of water that was knocked over we the revolution levels of sentencing. Oh no. They were saying that the defendant knocked over a giant barrel of water, which I don't believe, because she's super strong, which again, I don't know if I believe, but this is anime, so she could be. You finally got the Winku? Congratulations! It's one of my favorites. And, washed away traces of blood, even though there was blood on the bottom of the victim's shoe, but no blood on the ground. Like literally no blood. Like no blood pool, no bloody footprints or anything. They're saying it was because the barrel of water got knocked over and just washed it all away. But hopefully that means we get to go back with some luminol or something to check for actual residues of blood. Because even if you wash that away with water, so you can't see it with the eye, some traces should remain that should show up on with luminol under a black light. Or UV light, I should say. I would think. I'm not a crime scene expert. We'll find out because there's been some speculation, and this is the thing that I believe, and I believed it already before that silly person in chat tried to ask me leading questions about it. I don't think he was killed there. Because I don't think he's been there. The CSI games? There are CSI games? Post about them in game suggestions. Drop links if you have them. If you don't, I can look them up later. But yeah, I need more like crime mystery games. All right. So let's actually play the game now. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials, like, always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake, about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. There's a comedy TV show about a crime scene cleaner. I wonder what it is. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Huh. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth? So this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Oh no. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in the enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen in the last 2 days have been really on edge. Oh my goodness, that's so many! Are they any good? Don't you all got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worried about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Ah, I got a cute level 3 hype train emote! Hype what? It's so cute! Thank you all so much for that level 3 hype train. I really appreciate it. Out of nowhere. Toot toot. At the time I loved him, but I was a big CSI fan. You and me both, actually. Which was your favorite CSI? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves? She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Y'all don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. Saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? at the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edward's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. You like the original CSI with the bug nerd best. The original with Grissom! Yes! Honestly, Grissom was my favorite. I loved him so much. You liked Miami with the absurd pun and the cutaway to the Who thing. Horatio did. Watched them all. I watched some Miami, which I didn't like nearly as much as the original. I loved the original though. I don't think I watched New York at all. But yeah, Grissom was the best. He was such a sweetheart, and I just liked him a lot. At least you know the memes about it, HD. So, Miss Starlight wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what way are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's a steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hooey! This guy. Oh, that was such a good one, Dirk. NCIS? I could never get into NCIS. Oh. Oh, we were just on a recess. Oh, shoot. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over the prosecution. Oh no, Edgeworth! His face! Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. Hey, Sangard. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Captain Keys. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. How do you feel about playing comically terrible games? Wait, oh, I can't read chat. Well, I keep missing what the judge is saying that's getting cut off. Most of them score less than 50 on Metacritic. Oh no. I don't know about that. Depends on how terrible and in what way. What were the Sherlock Holmes games rated? I know what the judge said there. It's all good. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me. Knock knock. Who's there? Oh, who are you? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Stay's cute. Hey, the temperature rose like 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Yeah, he's definitely gonna have my Irish accent. Wait, hold on. He's definitely gonna have my air quotes Irish accent. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you! Who are you? Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry I'm late, Audie. The roads are packed. It's just me. Long time no see. Hey, Audie, how you been? Swim much these days?
Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy.
Busy schmidzy, Audie. My boy, you have to make time to relax.
Yes, indeed.
Audie seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? So you're Wright, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little Worthy?
Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police.
Chief of police?
He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district.
Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. This game's great. This game is great. He works on EVAs on the side.
So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it?
Well, it's Worthy here. Look at that poor fella. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. What to think? It was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us.
What's this?
It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Ooh, look, it's got a case number on it. Hold on, wait. Yeah. SL9. SL9. That's what I thought.
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth,
How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? No, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says, person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
this kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it up for me, I wonder?
Yeah, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
I mean, that's not true. If I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Oh, maybe they mean cut my finger off? Come on, just like hurry up and open it. Alright. So... Oh, okay, game, thank you for forcing me to go there. Jeez. What? Like, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip's broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself.
I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife.
Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Department in disorder. Ooh, okay. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a contradiction between this knife and the Goodman. I've got it. I've already got it. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to the case here, so I can't talk much about it. So another detective.
There was a murder at the police department. A detective?
That's hush-hush information, Oji. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Ooh, wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Order.
Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation, so don't tell anyone, okay?
I think I understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
Two detectives killed at the same time in two different places? The chances of that are, like, really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Okay, I think the only thing I need to do is object here. With this. Wait a second. Ah! At last! An honest-to-goodness objection! This knife. This has to do something with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean?
An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Logi? Oh, this is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL-9 space 2.
And this is important. Why?
Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s? 12-2?
Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside.
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get?
Aha!
Oh gosh. So I'd have to get the CD-ROMs, and then I'd have to get an external drive because I don't actually have a CD-ROM in my machine. Oh wow, what a shock. We had no idea about that. As soon as I saw it, I was suspicious it was upside down. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that's written on the knife's tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief?
Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto.
I win? What game is this guy playing?
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a... Wait. Wait, what? It's pressed. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder? It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. Oh! A case long since solved. Bunch of people talking about a thing that happened 2 years ago. There we go. We got that link. And was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. That day, detective was killed. I think it is linked, though. Like, okay, hold on. So we're still digging for contradictions. Let's go ahead and save it. What evidence do we have? Because he said it wasn't officially linked. How do we link it? Because we already used the knife to make him talk about the knife. Have that ref tag and then you can link it. Anything else on this? There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL9 too. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. DL6? Maybe it's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Yeah, we already went through it. I just want to look at all the stuff. Okay. So that's them just giving me a hint. Alright, I think we're just gonna press him on everything then. So we've already pressed him on this first one, so let's press him on everything else. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Oh, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy. What with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact! Surprising, isn't it, Haji?
I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto.
I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case.
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and one thing only. We know when the victim died because he already gave us that information. I feel like how the victim was killed is probably going to be the thing that links it. How did this chucklehead get to be chief of the police department? Who knows? Let's go with how the victim was killed.
Well, how was the detective killed?
How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing with a knife.
A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman.
That's the spirit that we're cooking now. But we already know when, Captain Keys. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same.
What do you mean?
There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death.
Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. $5:15. But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What?
Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time.
A barrel of water was knocked over there too! And there was a muffler!
What are the chances?
Coincidence? This is like just my gut feeling, but I'd say there is a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. How can you say there's no connection?
How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto, you understand?
Try to understand, Righto.
Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together.
Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of it. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. It can't be a coincidence.
And that knife! What was it doing there?
I better check this knife out. But I've already... Okay. Let's do this again. I like how he's like, I'll tell you one thing and one thing only, but then you can press him again and get him to tell you other things. So there were 2 knives at the first place, one in the body and one in the muffler. Seems that way. So tell me, where was the victim found?
Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can see the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department.
The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that.
The evidence room? Didn't he just mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
There's the connection between the 2 cases.
You seem happy, Mr. Wright.
Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the 2 cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now, we can get Gant to testify about the details. Okay. So it sounds like we just object and, like, show the knife again. Nope.
wrong. So I guess what officially links it? Is it this? Nope. What? It's so... I would say this is probably the more frustrating part about the game is that you know the connection. It was almost legitimate legal procedure for a minute. We don't know, Derek. So let's see. We've tried the knife and we've tried the note on this thing here. So it's not this statement. It's got to be a different statement. Okay, so I feel like it's definitely got to be this last statement we have to object to, because everything else he's saying is like true, right? So the contradiction is that it's not officially linked, but I can't find the thing to contradict that. I hate his tie. Please no recovering attorney here. Let's see. Theory: the blood on the evidence knife is the original from the first crime years ago, and the knife found on the body is the murder weapon, but the real scene of the crime was the evidence room. I think that's correct, Derek. That's what I'm thinking too. And the real killer was Larry Butts. Okay, wait. Okay, so... we got him to talk about the... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna back out of here. I'm gonna go back to the start. So we objected to the first thing. Let's press him on this. I think we already did, but let's just do it again. He made a reaction video to the Phoenix Wright TV show. Amazing. Real killer's a Stady? No! So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice! Good show, little worthy! It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. Okay. I wish we could use his statements as evidence, because the contradiction is him saying this knife is evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room where the stabbing was committed, and then it ends up in a tailpipe of another murder, but you say they're unrelated. That's a contradiction. Hey, silent assassin. I'm gonna press everything again. We already know this, but I'm going to ask it again. So, when did the murder at the police department occur? No, that's a sharp question, Wright-o. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. And we've already pressed this. No, we're just pressing it. Chief, the defense's position is simply this, and I guess we're there now. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Wright. What's your connection?
Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright.
The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife we found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number of the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police... Words, I'm going to start over. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room.
Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be just a coincidence.
Ah, those police station burglars dropping knives in unrelated murder scenes. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here.
Chief,
I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Gant ships them too, yes. Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Like, who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't name the victim of the department, okay? 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office. And one at the police department that came... Oh, no, we're just doing this again. Why? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Victim's ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name, after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't you go getting your hopes up. The number is 584-2189.
Well, that's quite long.
And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts.
82, I can't do it.
You didn't even get the first number right.
Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything?
The ID number of the victim's police department. 8. Yeah, it tells me something. I will hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, good. I can check the court record here. 584-2189. Oh, look. They're the same. Who would have guessed? Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think.
Meaning?
It has to be what I think it is. What does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You see, the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you?
Witness.
What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
No, it's just... I got confused. Wait, what? And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto! Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 58421189.
And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. It started with A2. I've forgotten.
You didn't even get the first number right again! The number the chief of police gave us was 58421189.
Wait a second, Wright. What does this
mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as a tack, Righto! Sharp as a tack!
But wait! Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the words today! Jeez. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room, at the exact same time.
That's impossible.
So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location. No, what I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. The giggling dingus is really leading you down the garden path. It's pretty much obstruction of justice at this point. Yeah, kinda. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight. The grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours.
What? How dare?
We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news.
Officer Meekins?
Mr. Wright, where have you heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. Got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report? Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Ah! Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. Hey, Scrollipede, welcome, welcome. He did seem like, I don't know, challenged? In any case, this is a serious error. A gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then they're trying to oust him. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list.
So, what does that mean?
I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy.
Huh? I was just doing my job.
No. No! Oh no, it definitely has.
It seems we have come to an end of this trial.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What? With all of those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth,
please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really? You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Whatever your punishment is for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned.
Biggest mistake of all time seems that way. I swear, though, they're trying to undermine and oust Edgeworth. I feel it in my bones. Mr. Wright? So, let's save Edgy again. Let's do it. What's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on?
The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died at the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're gonna find out, or try to at least. Let's save our boyfriend! Let's how Edgeworth protest? No. Edgeworth should have read the report because it was obviously connected to the case, but the chief didn't submit it as evidence because it wasn't connected to the case. So, I feel like what's being said is that Edgeworth was supposed to prepare his own list of evidence, and since he didn't read the report, it wasn't considered as a connected piece of evidence because he didn't put it on the list. But I don't know. Bye, Rex! Basically, I think they set him up to fail. Because they're like, here's a report, but it's not connected to the case. Then what do I care? But if he had read it, he'd realize it was connected to the case. And I'm pretty sure everyone else realized it was connected to the case, but they sent Meekins because they knew Meekins wouldn't pick up on it, maybe? Yeah, exactly. They deliberately sent an idiot so Edgy wouldn't pay attention to the evidence. Yeah, exactly. Because they should have basically said, hey, dude, this murder victim is the same as your murder victim. That's kind of weird. Maybe you should read this report. But no one said that because they want him to fail. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us! I think they want him to fail because they want to get rid of Lana? Maybe. If Lana was involved in the incident from 2 years ago, maybe? I feel like they're trying to oust either Edgeworth or possibly both of them. And I feel like Lana is trying to protect Edgeworth is what I'm feeling. Which is, I think that's why Lana admitted to the crime. Because she was like, otherwise they're gonna prosecute Edgeworth for this. And he's already got one black mark against him because he was already prosecuted for a murder. Lana is our defendant. It is Emma's sister and the head prosecutor. Or maybe they want him to prove himself. I don't think so. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Hey, Snow! Happy birthday! By the way, can we get some, like, cakes or celebration emotes in chat for Snow? Because it is his birthday. Also, while we're doing that, one second. I gotta do the thing, but this music is too much. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Snow Chicken Lord. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday! I know that you said you were having a really busy work day on your birthday, but I hope it's been a good one otherwise. Alright. Music back up. Oh, look at those Pingu cakes. Postponing all birthday things till tomorrow. Fair enough. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never! Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's like not it at all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Yes, Emma's got our back with science. No one has to, Dirk. She's got it. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You have an extra pair of those things. Oh. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. I'm just gonna click. Let's find us some blood stains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood? Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. Emma's our CSI on the case. She is! She's gonna teach us about it. She did! That was the first time you're seeing blood? I don't know. Sheltered upbringing. Or maybe she means... like her first time seeing blood in this respect. Like, there's a difference between seeing blood from a cut and seeing like a pool of blood, you know? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna mark the floor plans when we find the blood stain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all of their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Oh, that was wrong, ha! She is very cute. Huh. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice jelly box. Spray her, she's suspicious. Miss Star! You only trust your own eyes, and not bad, you two. This day-old jelly box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering. Why are we talking to her? Can we spray her? Oh, nope, she vanishes. Oh. Okay, so there's blood on here. No bloody footprints. Any blood on the barrel? Nope. Check the ladder. Oh, could do. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. Wait, hold on. We've already done this. So hold on. Why can't... Okay, there we go. I was like, why can't I examine this? This blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer! But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Nope, bladder seems to be clean. Okay. So it's Lana's blood? Probably. Hey, GGF, mysteries time! Yes. Alright, I guess we'll talk to you. Fine. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starbutt. No, it's okay. It was my fault. Wouldn't call it clean. Clean of blood, then. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they face me, they coughed it all up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. And before Butts is one of her boyfriends? Oh no, that might be. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. That required him to have something useful to provide her, though. That's fair. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Hold it. Wait. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from the case, the murder weapon. It was due for a transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? I'm guessing that's a yes. Oh, maybe not? What? Alright, let's present this then. So why doesn't she tell us more? What am I missing? So the answer is no, she won't tell us more. The music is great. She's got it. Maybe we need more information? What are we missing? Cool on, thanks for hosting. We don't know what this stain is in the photo. We don't even know that it's red. It could be coffee or something. We don't know what time this photograph was taken. She's just saying it was taken at the time of the murder. And it's like nonsense as well because like, hold on. So she was up in the security room. She sees the stabbing. She runs down, but she can't get in through this door because it's locked. So she runs all the way around to here, stops, takes a photo, then climbs the fence to apprehend Lana. That's the nonsense that happened. Couldn't discern between blood and coffee stains anyway. True story, actually. Her story's absurd. It is, but welcome to Phoenix Wright. Hey, calm down, chill out. We've made that joke before, which is why it's the title of the stream. Anyway, she doesn't want to tell us any more about the incident, so I'm going to leave her for now and see if maybe we can find some more evidence first. Yeah, it gives you a map when it's relevant to the case, I guess. And then Aji was just like, well, that seems to leave no doubt. I don't see any reason to prolong this trial. It's because it's the judge. He once panicked when one of his friends spilled coffee on himself. Oh no! But yeah, it's a black and white photo. All we know is that she's got a stain on her coat and she's wearing gloves. We don't know why. It's even busier today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Hold on a second. Okay, just making sure. I'm super sus of this thing. Where's the blood? I know it has it. It does have a weird handprint on it, though. Blue Badger's still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel like he's gonna do something naughty, which is, you know, I kind of feel that too, which is why I tried to spray him with luminol. Oh no, look at all of his stuff. What's What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. Texas. There's a lasso. According to that pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. Oh! What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly. It's so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Alright, let's look at all your stuff. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Yikes, those sure are prickly. They must be like the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing out in every direction? Just like her. I'm not sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Okay. Derek just thinks that Larry is responsible for all crimes. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What's that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? Oh, I know! A poochie! Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in! It won't open! You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Huh. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say be more of a yarg myself. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up like to trap something. A trap here? Oh wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. We could give it a try. I didn't know if predictions were enabled on my channel. Because I know they're pretty new. I didn't know if they'd roll them out for everything. I feel like the thing is, I think everyone's gonna get... I think we're all on the same page here. I think we're all on the same page. Because we know it's not blood. Okay, so we need to get permission to enter the room before we can go in. So we're talking about this photograph where there's a stain on her jacket. Angel is saying it's because of the stabbing, but there are some of us who are theorizing that that's not a blood stain. So I guess we'll head back to the entrance. Maybe we could go to the criminal affairs department and get permission? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yeah, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Okay. So there's no one here to talk to, so let's head back to the entrance. How do we get her to help us? How do we get her to talk about this? I guess we just present everything to her? Could you take a look at this? You. Yeah? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? Oh, no. Okay, she didn't even look at it. Alright. So we already showed her... Hey, Bendin sis. Welcome. Convoluted. I can't see anything without spoilers. That's fine. Oh, that's such a bad prediction. Well, I guess we'll present everything to her and we'll see what happens. I just wish that you're presenting the wrong evidence to her thing wasn't so drawn out. Okay, I need to do this again. Okay, so hold on, we missed that. Let's present this again because I thought she was just gonna skip it. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the card room. But even I get flustered sometimes. No, there's a chain link fence in the way. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed toward the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murderer. That's when I took this photo, yes. Okay, well, thanks for testing out the prediction to make sure that it works. Oh no! After predicting, my channel points were changed to that error notification ghost. Oh no! In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes were the problem, Miss Star? You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? So, maybe... now she'll talk about it? Yes! Okay, we just need to put all the pieces together. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Oh, she's still got a little beret. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary. It was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait. Could it be... Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. Like, you can tell her mood with what's eyes showing. I agree. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell? There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends? How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There, like, has to be a connection. So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch received from Ms. Starr. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. We're gonna bribe him. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your... are you his... Are you, like, going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was, like, super nice. He got along so well with my sister, it, like, made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would have been when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. It does look pretty good. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. All right. Whoops. No. No. Dang it. Now I have to go through this again. I accidentally hit enter instead of backspace. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe.
Now's no time to chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean like one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. No, his face! I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal! Now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy or whatever, I don't know. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal. All I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking ain't gonna fill my belly.
Wait, like, don't leave.
You wanna know more? Head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
He, like, ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. I want to go to the evidence room first. Oh, I can't. He's not there. Okay. Fine. Still, I do feel a bit better about things. Like, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Like, what was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying! Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the one perpetrated against, sir! That's what I'd say. Oh. Hi! Greetings, sir! Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm just a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? From the voice, it seemed you guessed it was him before it was revealed. Yep. As soon as he said that he was down there crying, I'm like, oh no, it's gotta be Meekins. You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator, Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I am a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So, like, normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now there's the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? But, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. Oh, look at his little face. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. Oh, a suspicious person. Yow! What the heck is this guy doing? So, like, what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand? Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. first things first. I'm gonna drink. I'll drink some water. This all seems like an act. It could be, or this just could be him. Tell us how you hurt your hand. We're gonna talk about the victim. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me a victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you, like, stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But, sir, there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was, like, unconscious. Why am I making him say, like? The next thing you knew, you were, Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how it felt? The victim's body disappeared? Emma's speak is contagious, apparently so. That's like some story. Well then. Okay. Still no Officer Marshall. What am I missing? I guess maybe something with Meekins? Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. I'm really sorry, but I have no idea what this is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. What are you missing? We're not supposed to bribe him with lunch. We see if he recognized. I'm scared of knives, sir! It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir! Last night, sir! That's the one! I was an apple, sir, in my dreams, sir, and I was being peeled! On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. What if that's Meekins' blood on the knife? Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's what?
My head was blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir.
You mean you remember what happened?
Correct, that card! That card was the cause of it all!
This ID card?
Exactly, sir, that's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing!
I'd better pry into this a little deeper. Okay, good. Can you tell me what it is you remember?
Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room.
And that's why you thought he looked suspicious.
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. Has a lot of weird progression in it. We'll get through it, but yeah, it feels that way.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
Well, that's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are, like, right now. So I whooped and leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him.
Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir.
Like, what happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. And when I awoke, I was here.
Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And with this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone is actually dead.
That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say! That is, it did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me they had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly.
No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? The videotape?
From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swear to stamp out. It's there, it's me on tape.
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the scene of the crime. Well, at least now we know we can. Alrighty. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And here, sir, this is all. You know what it means if there's anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under a seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir!
The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Right, home, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Oh, his music. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. I kind of hate him, too. Sounds like an inquisition. Yeah, well, they had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he got caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is a bit of a turmoil, as you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright hot, I'll tell ya. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time, that's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto! I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? Oh, you saw that! Whoops. Working for him must be like cross-country skiing in a swamp naked during mosquito season. Oof. Game's essence is abolish police and jurisdiction and there will be nobody left to commit crimes. It's not even wrong. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can, like, kind of discreetly ask him. I don't know how. I assume we're supposed to present something to him? Maybe let's talk about this knife? I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Ah, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy that can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. Use the right analog stick to look around for the detective. Yeah, I don't want to listen to this music anymore, so I'm just gonna move and see if we can go to the crime scene. He's still not here! Ugh! Ugh! I have a feeling maybe we're supposed to look around the room and have him comment on shit. Detective's desks, computer files, tinier than I would expect. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So, nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? Date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Oh, that's stalking. Whatever. Should probably get back to investigating the police department crime scene.
So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, future star of the police force.
The design is a little changed from the one outside.
Well, the Dancing Blue Badger is still under development, you see.
You have it trademarked?
Absolutely, it's cutting-edge stuff, very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares.
Alrighty, let's present this. I was warned. Okay, well, I figured I'd give it a try. Maybe we can examine it then. So he started to write his ID. We just have a date, which is the same. Isn't it the same as this? Yeah, it's the same date. Alright, are we done with you? I hope so. Your music is literally giving me a headache. Still not here! What the heck? What am I supposed to do? Oh, please don't make me talk to him more. He's the chief of police, so we want to show... I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. Hey, Jave! Welcome. Okay, I can't stay here. This music is literally giving me a headache. Let's just present a bunch of stuff to him. I don't think anything here is gonna help him though, because nothing has to do with his incident, except for the knife, which he reacted to quite strongly, and then this. Wait a second, hold up. How would he forget his own badge number and start writing a 9? I have a feeling somebody else started to fill out this lost item report that wasn't him and started getting the badge number wrong, or the ID number. They started to write their own badge or ID number. I bet you anything. Oh gosh, so what am I supposed to do here? I hate this music! Poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick! That gunshot was a fake! This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He is not writing a report. He's writing a novel. spray for blood? I suppose we could. I really doubt we're gonna find any. Right in your face. What is Meekin's badge number? He's not a detective, but we don't know. I don't think it would be Meekin's though. I feel like Meekin's is just the fall guy, right? Oh, permission to enter, finally. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Huh? Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Oh, good, the music's stopping. Now, righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along now and do your best now. Later, folks. Oh, the music's going away. Oh, goodness. I normally like the music, but dang, I cannot stand Gant's music. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we have to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Where am I from? I am from Ohio. In the United States. Do not be afraid to ask police chiefs for illegal things, apparently. Oh, it's so blissfully quiet. Ohio. Yes, I'm from Ohio. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Grant. We're in Ohio. I grew up in Cleveland. I'm not too far from that. I'm in the Northeast. Near Akron. I've been to Cleveland a couple of times, though mostly was to go to the airport when I was flying to Texas to visit my dad when he was still alive. Yeah, I'm not going to be super specific. If I lived in a big city, it would be different. It's all good, Allie. Yeah, I live in a small town. I live in a rural part of Ohio, so, and I'm not going to say where on stream. But yeah, in the Northeast, not too far from Cleveland. I've been to Cleveland before. Is Lake Erie nice? No. I've been to Lake Erie, and at least when I went, it smelled like fish, like really, really strongly of like dead fish. And it's kind of full of trash. Because people don't keep it nice. Let's just like walk in. And it could just be like when I went, it was like in a bad state. I don't know. But nah. It was not a nice lake. Let's just like walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader's turned off, see? I was living there when the river burned. Oh no! That's a shame. It is a shame. What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina's sky so gray?
Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? River burned. Yeah, it was like so polluted and full of runoff from industry. Yeah, trash and oil that it just burned. Yep. It's terrible.
What's that? Why does it have to be him, look? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate that crime scene?
Yeehaw! That card you got on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what you standing around there for? Get along, little dogies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres.
You're busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Oh, gosh. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Here, let's put you in a better mood.
That smell. Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Starr.
What's this?
What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see!
I don't see? I wonder what it means.
Alright, Bambina. You win.
I'm not a cowboy, but I saw one on TV. Yeah, basically.
Ask me.
Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of the security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I kept getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost the fire for the job, you know.
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job at keeping an eye on the place.
Apple juice in that hip flask could be. You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
Didn't say it was a horse. No, I'm assuming it was a motorcycle. Hey, Lancer. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago? The day of our case?
That's right. The evidence transfers.
Edgeworth was talking about the transfers too.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Well, only 2 of them, but like there must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. It's the easiest one to understand it here. These here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon.
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
Thus the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Well, I just need to present, but first we'll talk about the transferal. Sorry, but could you explain about this whole transferal thing?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
Jeez, this is messed up. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Wait, though. Then how did DL6 get reopened when it was considered solved? Whatever. See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. That's right here. Look at the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 514 right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. gonna present it to you. Hey, Elf!
The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither wild nor west here.
But that and this are two different things entirely.
I guess so. Oh, I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Alrighty. Can we go with, yeah, let's go into the evidence room. Let's do it. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. No, I get that, Jave. I'm just saying he said that the case can never be reopened, but we literally reopened it. Which means that a case, even if it has been solved, can be reopened. So he's just not stating truth. Because it was solved. It was considered solved. Whatever. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Oh wait, no, hold on. It was never solved. I'm wrong. Because the guy was found innocent, so they never knew who... Well, no, wait, hold on. He was found innocent, but he was still considered to be the shooter, so it should have been solved. What? Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. This is pretty inconsistent with its rules. Yeah, that sounds right. Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were like a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard?
Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant. Will loan anyone $50, even me?
So, like, that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today? Well, that's for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Floor plans added to the court record. Let's look at it. Okay, so we just have some lockers. I'm guessing that means we're gonna be putting stuff on there as we examine things. Probably with luminol, but first, let's look at everything. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some kind of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. Derek, thank you so much for being on top of that. Lancer, please, please, please stop. You've been warned multiple times, so just, you know, I got this. If I need help, I'll ask. Yep, that's exactly right, Derek. No spoilers, thank you. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently.
Like, how do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck his shirt in under that trench coat either.
If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Okay. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams.
I'm not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open!
Did you really think it would? Hey, pal! Our security is high-tech around here.
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it.
What's it doing here? Oh wait, hey, look, it's the metal detector! Gumshoe deserves better, he does.
Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case on Cord Lake, remember?
Oh right, wow, that feels like it was ages ago. Good luck with your detective work. Thanks so much, Odin Sword. Thanks for hanging out. And I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
A cheap looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at the heart. It's in the heart of the cards.
Alright, let's do a little slide. Oh. Okay. His handprint. What is like a saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of that blue badger.
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here in the evidence room. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal! Making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of those pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder which shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together?
Ah, good luck, pal! That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that thing before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. All right. How do I even do this? Oh, I clicked to rotate. What? 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 No, I want to do it now. I just don't understand the controls. Welp, Lancer, you were given fair warning. Derek, thank you for taking care of that. Okay, so I think rather than rotate this, maybe I have to select the piece here that I think fits and then rotate it into place. Dave Man, thank you for following. So I don't think... Is it this piece? Pitsy, thanks for following. Yeah, it's definitely not this piece. I'll use this piece. I'm looking for something that has a jagged edge. Maybe this one? Oh, and then I hit E to combine. Okay. Alright, I'm figuring it out. So something that has kind of like a long edge. Looks like it's this one? No. This one? No. Oh, wait. It's... this? Yeah. 3D puzzles. Are you gonna play through all three? I'm planning on it, yeah. And do dumb voices. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not the right shape. This one. No. This one. The dumb voices are the best part. They are certainly a part. It would help if, when rotating them, they looked the same. The size changes when you rotate, and that's kind of frustrating. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were, like, some of the pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar added to the court record. Also, what is this on it? Blood, maybe? Alright, we aren't done examining. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are 2 things that, like, bother me. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem like a little unstable? Like, no wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective words! Detective Goodman's locker? Are you, like, sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. Must have taken the contents elsewhere. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Why do we keep blaming him? Poor Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9? It does have the tag on it. Okay. I think we've looked at everything normally. So, now let's spray it all with luminol. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint!
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This locker is mine!
It's yours?
Please! You have to help me when they come to take me away! Promise you testify that I wouldn't harm a fly!
Yeah, the timeline's kind of weird, because... they were like, what, first made in 2001 or something, but they take place in 2016 or something?
You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
Wait, what? What? But, like, you're a detective. Spray everything. No, but I want to go over here and spray this locker. Aha! Why am I getting a reaction here? There's a time travel case? A cap? There's no reason for the murderer to... Oh. I saw her face and I just assumed. There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Like, oh, where did you get this, Emma? Like, I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Oh, you know what? I want to show him this. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
Like, what is it?
The second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? Welp? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Good question indeed. We're still missing... We have someone who went in there before and then came back in later. That's probably Meekins, right? So this is Meekins. And then there's someone who came in at 4:20. So then who's 7777777? Can we talk to you about that? Edgeworth?
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning and the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we could get him to tell us more about that case. Well, let's talk about Boss for a Day first. The point where we find Angie did something a little bit sus. This must be the halfway point of the case. You know what? I don't even think you're wrong. Though, to be fair, we are at the end of day 2. I just don't know how long day 3 takes. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
Snowing horizontally. That's some snow. But if you're boss, why are you, like, all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again.
The murder! I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course! I am a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed and only one detective can open it.
Using their ID cards?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, well, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint.
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Oh no, is this gonna be some nonsense where they somehow stole Goodman's... I have suspicions. That Goodman was not in here, or maybe he was but someone else came in. I feel like this is gonna be nonsense about like faking fingerprints. Hey, Umbra. Parts of Goodman were in here. Watched a lot of lockpicking lawyer on YouTube. I know that a strong magnet can sometimes trigger the fingerprint reset mechanism and allow you to set your own finger. Oh, jeez. Honey, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. And if the wrong person touches it...
Zap! You get a shock.
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Okay, cool. Let's present some... Because we want him to talk about the SL6 incident.
Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection.
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago.
Meek's hand? Lana has all of her fingers, and Meekins is not a detective and probably does not have an evidence locker. Yeah, exactly. We don't have any evidence that Goodman is missing fingers, though.
That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
But why would evidence from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case.
Can we talk to you about it now? Good.
Now that was a bloody violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake. And Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was like 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right on the spotlight. It started the rumor mill.
Rumors about forged evidence.
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with that transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? Like, what do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, you see.
So, like, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. We're missing something. Because something should be... Oh, I know what we're missing. At least I have an idea of something we're missing. Let's see if we can confirm our suspicions. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Nope. I thought we were gonna get an information of what his ID number is. Oh gosh. Yeah, Blue Badger's not the best. Let's see, what am I missing then? I guess let's head back here. Any more to talk to you about? No. Do you have any evidence we should present you? So much evidence. I was kind of hoping that one of these would be 5'9". There is a 4'9". I don't know. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to just like spam evidence at him. Is there 6'9"? Not that I could see. Pretty sure there's a great moment at the next trial and I can't wait for you to see it. Is that in the next game? Because I think this is the last trial of this game, right? You saw 9-6? Yeah. But there's no 6'9", I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we have anything for him. Let's just go back into the evidence room. I can look for more blood. Actually, let's look for more blood. Because if we think that, like, if there's a... There we go! I was gonna say, if a stabbing occurred here, there'd be a big old blood pool. Did you do a second trial already, or just one? I don't know what you mean. We're on the we just finished the second day of trial. We're still, okay, so we're on the first, trial, I guess? But we're on the second day of it. Just one long case, okay. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Huh. Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, look, there's also a footprint, it looks like.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you needed to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna give them my report for the day.
What? Your report's a restaurant flyer?
It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure you can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. I'm gonna spray for more blood. Okay, so we've already done our second day of trial, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it shows it here. Yeah, we're on day 2. We're in the investigation phase. And we already did our trial period for today. So I'm not sure if day 1... The question is, did we do any trialing on day 1? I don't think so. So yeah, it was probably trial 1, investigation after the first trial. That's probably tracks. Alright. Luminol! I'm looking for more footprints. Alright. Can we yank this out now that he's gone? You better tidy it up or I get all wrinkled. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't leave it hanging out like that. Nope, we can't pull it out. I thought maybe we could. Oh, you're fine, GGF. Not a big deal. Okay, so we have 2 bloody handprints. Yeah, bloody handprints. Yeah, we already used the luminol, and I think we used it on everything relevant. Okay, I think we're done here. Where are we supposed to find Edgeworth? Here? Aha! Oh, guess my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Okay, sounds good. So the next trial day is something to look forward to. Right. He has the hotel bringing him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Like, was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time again. Again?
I've had them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding and prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Alright! Evidence! Oh, wait. Back. Present! There we go. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What is this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. My chief Gant, no less. The chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have had to have been if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. I'm super suspicious of this chief. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. He's our Von Karma. I believe it! Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner? What side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him the best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. What is my best evidence? I don't know. Whoops! Oh, can I... Tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Can you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Okay, well, I don't see anything interesting here. I don't know what our best evidence is. I've already shown him this. We still don't... Oh, we have Miles Edgeworth on here. We still don't know who these numbers belong to. Again, I feel like this has to be Meekins. Especially if Meekins did a stab, apparently, of Bruce Goodman. And then we don't know whose this is. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh no. I need to present this again. Oh no, I wish I hadn't skipped. No. Okay, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, let's do this again. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. There we go! The SL9 incident was a heinous words. I wanted to go hyenas because of, oh gosh, where did I hear that? Probably my cousin Vinny. He does trust us. You're a hyenas. How dare. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gaunt. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything within my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then. You might have a use for this. Fingerprint dusting kit! Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Ah, thanks! How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. It's on! This is one of my favorite tracks in the game because it's like, yes! It's happening! Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here! In this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. This game should be called the Edgeworth Redemption. It kind of is. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? with enter, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E! Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't, like, go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and then blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Oh, you did it! You, like, found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does that mean? He was wearing gloves! I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Oh, don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem like a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely? Ooh. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. There we go. How much do I have to fill in? There we go. Yay! A print so clear, it's dazzling! Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and then not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have a thing to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this evidence locker? Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit and sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out! Oh, I thought... Okay, do I have to luminol it again then? I guess we'll luminol it again. Nope. Okay, maybe I just examine it then? This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here! Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Yeah, we're gonna check for prints. Why would we leave it be? Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit! Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with where the blood was wiped away, right? Yeah, we only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left behind by the bloody hand. So maybe like here? There we go. Jake Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma? This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But, like, why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. All right. Let's go ahead and save the game, and then we'll take a break. Day 3, trial former. All right. So it is break time. I'm gonna put on some music and we're gonna go take a break. I need more water anyway. So it is a good time to get up and stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And we're back. I hope y'all had a nice break. I got some more water. Because I definitely need it. Let's get back into this case. Also, it looks like no one took you up on your suggestion to post memes while I was gone. So, like, what do you think, Mr. Wright? Did my stretching for the day? Thanks for the reminder. Good. I'm glad you did some stretching. I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I was just testing chat and they passed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm just all-nighters, though. So, like, how did it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Guy. We found trace evidence of a certain person at the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even when he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait.
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
Let's first witness the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir!
So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I never kill anyone again, sir! You gotta believe me, sir! Actually, we'd like to hear from you as, sir, I'm what you'd call a part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adult possibly can't comprehend! Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir.
Officer Meekins,
Yes, sir!
give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir! As you wish! After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir!
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and I rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Time to press him on everything. Alright.
Hold it!
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir! I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir!
Yikes! Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir!
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir! The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir! It was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir!
Oh no. Why do I have a feeling we're gonna be hearing that song a lot?
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went into the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one here, right around my neck, sir.
So then, your ID number should be listed here, right?
There it is! I found it! It's the one right here! Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir, it's 4989596. That's my number, sir!
I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Well, yeah, because the first time he put the Blue Badger in there, and then the second time was when he spotted the person. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And then the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
So we're still missing 7777777. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
You just copied what Estaney said. That's suspicious. It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you'd, like, just kept your cool, then your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look that type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Okay. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, okay. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I do too, Allie. I do too.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
A cassette. A cassette tape in 2016. Come on. Okay. Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room, sir. Objection! What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
What would better endure the ages than magnetic tape storage? Oh. Please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. So what are we getting ourselves into? Oh no. Oh, come on. I hate it. Oh, and of course the flag's covering the face. So wait, hold up. Was that there at the beginning? So it doesn't show you anything. So how can you arrest him for killing this guy when one, there's no body, two, there's no evidence he ever stabbed him at all? What the heck? Also, hey, Mannixer, I think it's just, you know how there are some security cameras that just do a sweep, like they go back and forth. It's like that sort of thing. Look at Edgeworth. That's how I feel inside.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir.
It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Makins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman.
I don't think so.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Alright, let's get some water first. Alright, let's press on everything. We'll start there. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as being seen or not seen, the man's face, I believe, would be classified as the latter?
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you're the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking to them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that.
That is, if you must label people as being seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins? Ah! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we're not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir!
You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir, and this too. How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir. From people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important details are not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? There's gotta be a problem. Oh no, do I have to watch this? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh, at least it's freaking silent. Hold on, I wanna, wait, I wanna look at it again. Yeah, there's no cloth there at the very beginning. Let me see the band walk by. There's no cloth there. We actually also don't see him engage the fingerprint lock. We just see him open it and then the glove fall. We see Meekins. Still no cloth. Hey, Furman! Wait a minute. Wait. Theory time. We're watching this again. Is there something there? Why would it fall when it opened, is the question. What if the glove was blocking the lock mechanism? Or is he wearing gloves? If he's wearing gloves, how could he use a fingerprint thing? I can't tell if he's wearing gloves or not because it's all black and white. Well, by that, the glove that fell, by that time, it was already open. So he'd have to be wearing gloves already. And then there's the cloth at the end. Yeah. There's a few problems with the video, so I'm gonna say there's a problem. And then we're gonna save it before we have to point it out. Because I don't know which problem they want me to point out. There's a few. You can lift a fingerprint onto gloves. So yeah, it's possible that he's wearing gloves. We know that there's a gloved print, a gloved bloody print on one of the lockers, right? We also know that there's an ungloved bloody print on one of the lockers that was wiped away. And then that's the locker that ends up getting that shirt stuffed into it. Anyway, let's keep going. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. I don't think so. I don't think it would be mirrored, no. Because everything's still facing the same direction, right? When you put a fingerprint on a surface and then lift it up, if you flip it over, it'd be mirrored. But in this case, you're just basically taking a fingerprint that's on a surface, putting it on a glove, and then pressing it back down. Everything's still the same orientation. Point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let's further inspect this piece of evidence.
I'm gonna save so I don't have to skip through this a whole bunch. I don't know when I can save. Missed the video reveal? You did! I complained about it, because I thought we were gonna have to hear that music the whole time.
I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Just assume the fingerprint on the glove was taken from the actual finger. Oh. What the hell is the wriggling piece of plywood? That is a great line. I set it up so you can fast forward or rewind or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How'd this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction that indicts Goodman?
Wait, backspace is pause. Why is the music still playing? Is it this? The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. That's...
Yes, that is strange. Certainly something seems unnatural about that. What could it mean?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh.
Oh, I almost walked right into the defense's trap. Ah, I'll place him under arrest, sir.
Rats, I need to slow things down, tackle pieces one at a time. Now, what do I do? Play this damn video again. Alright, let's try this again. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. Alright, I'm gonna save it here. Alright. Show us the contradiction you speak of. To point out the problem in the video. It's not even a trap. It's just weird things. Where's the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? It's got to be the cloth, right? Like, he seriously opens it with... Hold on. Oh, we don't see him using the fingerprint thing. Okay. Not wait, there we go. It's got a bloody shoulder. Oh, that's... Oh, because of his blood on the... Okay. cut his hand, got his blood all over him. This music's the worst. Though, to be fair, it's still better than the chief of police's music. So is it this?
Take that! Objection!
Okay, so no, that's wrong. Alright, let's do this damn thing again. I hate this. Okay, so let's see. Weird things. We got him walking by. Hold on, wait a minute. Then he reaches up and opens the locker. We never see him use the fingerprint thing, though. Like, if I could do this normally, I'd be like, look. Look how his arm goes up, like he's just opening it. He's not using the fingerprint scanner. Is he wearing gloves? I think he is as well.
Take that!
I don't get it. Yeah. Alright, so that's nothing. It looks like he's not even using the fingerprint scanner, though. But he may be. Who knows? Glove falls out. Yep, I will always ask for a hint if I want one. He sneaks up. He turns around and stabs him. And of course, like, his face is constantly covered by this thing. That's so nonsense. And then he's gone. And then the cloth is there. But I don't think I can point that out here. Yeah, there's nothing suspicious there, I don't think. It bugs me so much. We have Meekin sneaking up. I'm trying to see if there's a point where we see, like, he doesn't have his ID card on him. We don't have any evidence about what handedness Goodman was. I hate this music. Why did they choose that for this? Why did they choose to keep playing it audibly? I'm just gonna point this out to make it quiet. Okay, that's wrong. Great. It's like being on a merry-go-round. Yeah, a terrible one. Where's the contradiction that indicates that's not him? Once you get used to the music, you stop noticing it? I guess I'm not used to it then. I see it! Wait, no, I see it! I just saw it! Hold on. It's lit up! It's already lit up! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Oh my goodness, it's such a good feeling when you notice things. Yes, it's already open. I knew it. I knew it. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. No, stop playing the music! Ah! When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. Why are you playing this music now? Oh, I thought I had escaped. Literally muted the game through this entire part. I don't blame you. Oh. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It might. HD, it very well might. How many times do we have to look at this? How many times? And are we gonna watch the whole thing again? When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. All the times. I hate it, thanks. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's...
Blessed silence. We're just gonna sit here for a moment and enjoy that we're not listening to this terrible music.
What's this? It's already lit!
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Yeah, I definitely feel like there's parts of it that do drag, but I'm still enjoying it. I'm gonna complain about the music, though.
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video? Yeah, there's like 3 things. Okay, so we'll have to watch it at least 2 more times. Great. Yeah, like I thought so too. Let's have a look at the video again with the music and everything. So Maya is off completing her spiritual training, Emma is the sister of our client, Lana Skye, who's the chief prosecutor.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this.
Ah. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, it's silent! Oh, thank you.
What's this?
Maya left to train, so Emma is there because Phoenix obviously can't go to court without a woman telling him what to do. I mean, here's the thing. We need a sidekick. It works out so well for the formula.
Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things that fell out when doors opened, I have to fall out and roll great distances when I open my... We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
I'm so thankful it's quiet now. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand it now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I go out on patrol on my patrol vehicle, sir.
Uh-oh, what even is that?
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene,
There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir,
By insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Hey, Deso, I will hydrate. Help him dead-handed in assignment, want to die? Well, at least it's done.
Very well, the defense will please present the relevant evidence. What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
Well, obviously it was the rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. It was barely done. It was as minimal as possible, but at least it's done. Yeah, exactly. Better than nothing. You completed it. Final year. I feel that. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is it not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
exam next week. I need a spa day. Oh, jeez. You'll get through it, Dezo. This is a joke.
Very well, begin your testimony.
Mystery Man, Part 2. There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Meekins does sound like a good name for a cat. A lot of snacks? You need more snacks then.
Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Oh, just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Meekins is the surname of my boss. Huh. So what? Gumshoe's lost his ID card 3 times. I know. I wish we could present that as evidence. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transfer there. Most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
Okay. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir.
If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V sign for victory, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
Is that the card hanging from your neck? Is that one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir. The card right next to my cuff, sir.
I keep it here so I will never forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck.
Oh no! I'm sorry your internet's giving you issues. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness refers to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. Look the wrong color, kid. Your stream was gone for a sec, too. I know Twitch has been having issues lately. So it could just be a Twitch issue. Hopefully not, though.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. Wouldn't his name being there be contradictory to the case? No, I don't think so. Let's look at this. So, he said he went there to retrieve evidence, that I've already forgotten his name. The chief of police asked him to go in there and retrieve some evidence. Oh, conflict of interest. Not necessarily. The fact that it's his car that the victim was stuffed in was definitely a conflict of interest. No worries, Furman. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, HD. Like, the fact that he went into the room, maybe? The fact that the victim was stuffed in his car, definitely. But he's still the prosecutor on the case. Welcome to Japanica. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There would be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked?
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, like, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with his ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show him what we got. So we'll save here. So, what evidence do we have that he didn't use his card? Because on here it says that it was Bruce Goodman. Should I just present the card? Because, like, I have it. I could go in there and pretend to be Detective Goodman. Okay, that was it, apparently. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Oh, was he gonna make a report about his lost ID card, maybe?
A lost item report is only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something had to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
I guess that makes sense, because he wouldn't be able to use his card to reference for the ID number, which meant he couldn't fill out the report that he had lost his ID card. It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What is he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object! You never wait and see what happens. You always object to the very last minute.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I almost forgotten about our defendant again. Oof. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
if this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would like to have testify. What is his or her name?
Take that!
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
So how did the last game actually end? Obviously Edgeworth was found guilty, but how'd it go? I missed it. We proved his innocence. Actually, okay, not guilty. That makes more sense. So it turns out that the boat caretaker was actually involved in an incident from Edgeworth's past. I assume when Furman means the last game, he's referring to the last case. So, anyway, before we get into this, I'll tell you how it ended. So, basically, we uncovered an incident about Edgeworth's past called, what was it, the DL6 incident, where his father, who... His father was a defense attorney. Edgeworth's father. So Edgeworth and his father were in an elevator after a trial with a bailiff officer. I'll just give you the rundown, but the VOD apparently was very entertaining. We're all trapped in an elevator during an earthquake. Edgeworth, they were like fighting because like they were running out of oxygen and going a little, I don't want to say crazy because that's a little bit, they were becoming very anxious and agitated from the lack of oxygen. Edgeworth was worried that the bailiff was going to kill his father, found a gun at his feet, threw it, it misfired. He assumed that he had killed his father. But the bailiff was found to be responsible. His defense attorney got him off the hook by saying he was mentally unsound and had brain damage. And it ruined his, like, reputation. He lost his job. And he's been living a lie for, like, the past, what was it, 15 years?
Objection, I am Phoenix Wright and I am a pirate arc smile.
Hey, the keel.
D's your chin.
Thanks so much for the bits. So it turns out he was the boat caretaker and he called Edgeworth to that place, the boat, as well as the defense attorney, killed the defense attorney. And then shot while he was in the boat with Edgeworth and then jumped into the lake to frame him for the murder. To try to get revenge on Edgeworth. So we were able to prove that. But that opened up the can of worms about the DL6 incidents. Then we had to prove that Edgeworth was also not the person who shot his father. And we did that by realizing that there was a bullet hole in the glass. And then there was a bullet in his father. And yeah, so... Basically, what happened was that Edgeworth dropped, like, when he threw the gun, it misfired. It went through the glass. It shot the real murderer. And then the murderer went into the elevator and shot Edgeworth's dad. It is a whole convoluted mess, but it was real fun. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? Well, what do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Elena, you're the one who knows everything. I have to check the VOD on that later. It's quite fun. I recommend it. was wonderfully convoluted. And had lots of moments of, oh, I get it. This is the thing that happened. Emma, you've always known everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Oh, Gumshoe, your timing. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh! You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. He is such a lovable dork. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness. Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now I brought you your stuff, you just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana! This SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark? No, Lana! That's over with, no! Emma, wait, she ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Oh, jeez. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Before we do that... Oh, what? Why is this red? Okay. Closed case. Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Neil Marshall, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Because it's the invisible print you picked up with the UV glasses or whatever, with the printing. It's just, I guess it's weird that it's red when everything else isn't. Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Executive Investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky. How can she be an investigator and a witness? Head Investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigator Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Well, I better take a good look at this file. And don't worry, I just did. And we already noticed something. Oh, I see. Okay.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know, you're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Oh, that was funny. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You're in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best if we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down.
The judge is already sick of his shit.
I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo this time, I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader.
I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yeah, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Thanks, Judge. Time to press him on everything. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
He's good for nothing but his jawline. You interred them.
Lady was nothing ain't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
The desperados I know join the
police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck to the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How's this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't that good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. All I want to know is how he got a knife into the courtroom. Special privilege, I guess. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Mongolian sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope that this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me in this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west to the sunset. One thing seems clear.
Well, we do spaghetti. What? I assume it's a reference to spaghetti westerns. But we have evidence, and the evidence is that he's like, I didn't step foot in the room, but we've got his fingerprint in there. So we've got our contradiction.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room,
Spaghetti sauce on the jacket. Oh, it certainly could be.
The witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to put it. And also, he's suggesting I don't use it yet. Okay, that's not where that goes. There we go. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. Oh, he's not happy. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprint would be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall?
About the
bloodstained fingerprints? He kills for that spaghetti.
Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as a blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
How does he know the murderer was wearing gloves?
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right.
That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. The first time the judge ever doubted anything. He's so suspicious, even the judge doubts him. Wow, that is a level of suspicion. The knife doesn't have fingerprints on it, I think. Yeah, but I guess we're talking about the guy who was in the room, and we have, like, they only presented evidence that 1, there were no fingerprints on the knife, 2, Lana Skye was wearing gloves. But that's clearly not Lana Skye in the overcoat. His locker, and he doesn't know how to open it. He's suggesting that he doesn't know the mechanism behind which it operates.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Wait. I'm gonna press everything. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain! My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're just as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean that the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Oh great, we gotta watch the tape again.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? So I'm gonna save here. We're gonna press. And now he said something new! Didn't you know the murderer's wearing gloves? So let's see. How do we know he wasn't? I mean, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure that's him. The more he denies it and dances around it, the more sure I am. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots.
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
There is evidence. I know it. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Let's have another look at that video.
Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
It's plain as day. Hey, it's that great song again. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll not soon forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. He could have crawled along the floor. Easily. Like Phoenix pointed out, you can't see the floor. There's parts of this where, like, it's blocked by this dude.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone!
Like, there's definitely enough blind spots he could have just snuck on out of there.
What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. He certainly looks at the video footage enough to know what the blind spots. Yeah.
Order, order, order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man.
So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Edgeworth is just like, the murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. The judge even is like, that's... Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it! Well, we'll prove it with literally the locker system that we learned about.
Fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. Lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the lock's unobvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner. No!
Why would they sneak if they didn't need to avoid the camera is what I'm saying. Oh, I see.
Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Olay, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can.
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then, where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Olay! Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the detective, Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous.
Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did the Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about that officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized this man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. Also, there's nothing wrong with circumstantial evidence.
you're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. Am I gonna say that I do is the question. Probably. And then find it. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. Yeah, exactly. We need to know what's in the locker. The coat is white? That's true. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Edgeworth is helping us. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. Oh, great. We get to look at it again. I don't have any evidence. The video is my only shot.
Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
Oh, I know why. I actually know why. Go back.
Take that!
Because it was bloodstained. Nephilim. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all.
I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. Seems the time has come.
Marshall's confession.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die.
Is that the same place in the bloodstain on Lana's jacket? It does look similar. But it's in the same place, but it's a different jacket. Like, hold on. Let's look at this photograph of her. I'm pretty sure it's a different jacket. Like, the bloodstain looks different here than it did on the photo. Sorry, in the video. Yeah, it is the same spot, which is kind of weird.
I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So, then... How did he know that he could get into the locker, though? That's the weird part to me. Like, he's acting like it's a crime of opportunity, but there was some level of premeditation there with someone who actually knew how these locker systems worked.
So the supposed victim was really you?
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. And if no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone else says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Because of his family member who was murdered.
That day was my last chance. That's why.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filing that lost item report.
I returned his ID card, left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker by yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. Didn't think anyone would come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person.
Have a good night, HT.
Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
Have a good night. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make much difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day...
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind?
The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Allie. Like, Oh! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, okay, hold on. So we have this. We know someone went in at 420 using this badge number. We also know... Where is it? He died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m., which means he died somewhere between, I think, 4 and 5:30, which means he could have died at 4:20. And then the blood was cleaned up. And then Edgeworth has to go in and get that screwdriver. Why did he have to get that? Gant requested he get the screwdriver. I'm not sure why. Maybe to implicate him and suggest that he would have taken the evidence? We don't know Angel's badge number and Gant's yet, but we can say, hey, this person's unaccounted for and they're sus AF. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer till I'm satisfied.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I do know why. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that's still bothering me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related to the case in some way. Alright, so... let's present it. I almost just did that right away anyway.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah. I'm sure you heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what was his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gaunt, the then Deputy Chief of Police. Oh, there he is! Oh, that is a clever place to put him. Because it doesn't look suspicious at all until you realize who it is. The group of detectives I was part of worked under him. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence, and that was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated, and the case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say.
No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing is for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Same reason Emma has for Lana, she just couldn't have. True. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. I disagree! I disagree. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Objection!
Wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. That's not true! Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder of the security tape is really fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! Hold it! Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection? A scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Aw, Edgeworth. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding about the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day? So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. You know what? That's a fair point. That's a point. Okay, I realize what she's getting at. So Marshall wasn't wearing gloves because he left behind a fingerprint in blood, right? And then he wiped it off later. But the other bloody handprint, one, it wasn't wiped away. So if he had wiped the one, why wouldn't he have wiped the other? And 2, it was made with a gloved print. So how did he have blood on his hands after taking the gloves off? Ergo, he was not wearing gloves. The bloody handprint was from someone else. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you are a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh, boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It does! It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Yes. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still,
If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's no problem. Just take her away.
Objection!
This handprint, whenever it gives you the choice, should I object or no? You never just see what happens, and I don't understand why they even give you the choice, except that it's hilarious. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Farewell, Mr. Wright. With all the evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans?
It's this.
Take that!
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So
watch what happens when I put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
what?
He sees it. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would have been impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show me evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? We're right. We are right.
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, Another incident took place in that evidence room. 420, yep.
That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... Let's
see here, 4:50. If the time took place before that time, then it would be... 4:40, Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you'd have the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. It couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777-7777.
Talk about a lucky number. But wait! That doesn't make sense! How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777-7777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I am unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What? Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. It's definitely Gant.
If an official charged is filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all like, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it?
Okay, let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant's... Oh, wrong voice.
Nope, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked her up, her ID number, and it's not 7777777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask.
All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Welp.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
No. No! She forged evidence, is what she said. Lana's remark caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. But why? It seems like in the SL9 incident, they didn't have enough evidence to put the serial murderer away. And by away, I guess I mean execute him. They didn't have enough evidence to find him guilty, but they all believed that he was guilty, so they made up evidence so that they could convict him. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted like so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I mean, you should have a little bit because you did mention that they were witness, but anyway. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for this season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and he screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of her. Right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case, Lana was, never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and then, fled into my sister's office? But why did he run all the way to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are, right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? Oh, no, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? This is news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. That's weird. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Let's go. Lana! Mr. Wright? It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh. About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And about how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well. Oh, I expected as much. And now how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all the drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk all about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were like the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes. You could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command, with the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Detective Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake that day. Oh, sorry, Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So, you're the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. How? I guess he could have stabbed him on the back, but that's, I don't know, it looks weird. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. What a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But, like, that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live with the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that David Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Well then. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem a little quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall! Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus? Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting my steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so too. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match for the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. But the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around.
I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
I have a feeling... we're gonna prove what happened in the SL9 incident, as well as proving Lana Sky's innocence. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation save one was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
They did something to him too. The commissioner would get, if they did something to him too, the commissioner would get suspicious. Nah, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Like, who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky.
Darth Vorthin, thanks for following. Hello and welcome.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana was transferred to the... Oh,
that's the wrong voice. After that case ended, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Do you enjoy it, partner?
Got your name right? Good. I did my best. It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Welp.
Hopefully we wrap up this investigation day soon. I want to finish this investigation day, and when we get to the to be continued, we'll probably save there and we'll pick up next time. So hopefully there's not too much investigating left. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean like everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks.
Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying she did,
And the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is a word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. That's adorable. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. All right, let's go. What the heck? Why is there a pipe organ in here? Okay, this is a bit nonsense. No, please don't play this music the whole time. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me piano. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Wright, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. Definitely not what you would expect in a police station. Like, look, at these, like, cathedral windows. There's, like, a suit of armor. What the heck? I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too. With Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? You mean about the forged evidence? Is he part priest as well? I mean, maybe? I don't know. It's weird. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how the time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with the picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. Hold on. I'll look at this photo more. The vase! In the background. It's this one. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office... This was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief can't deny our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Alright, let's get some water. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really, like, so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, keep up with the good work.
Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
The trophy wasn't broken in the picture? I think it was, actually. Yeah. It's got that crack in it right here. It's missing the sword, though. Oh my god! What if that's a murder weapon? This is gone! Oh my gosh, and wait, it's got the same shape as the tip of the switchblade. Oh my god! Oh my gosh, I love these little moments of realization. They're my favorite thing. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? Welcome back, GGF. I just realized something important. We were talking about whether or not the shield was broken in this photo. And then I realized the sword is missing. The sword! The broken sword is missing. And it's in the same shape as this tip. There's no sword on the trophy anymore. And the tip's in the same shape. What the heck? It's a murder weapon! Well then. Barbecue some lemon pepper chicken. Oh, that sounds delicious. Have fun gonna eat dinner. I'll be doing that hopefully soon. I don't know how much investigating I have left to do before it takes us to a to be continue, but I'm gonna try to finish out this day at least. Enjoy your dinner.
The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was that girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, like, what was it?
Oh, let's see. It got something to do with a murder weapon? Oh, I forget. Well, it's all written somewhere here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Probably a fair bit. Oh, well then, we might be here for a while. I don't know. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory?
Joe Dock was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman?
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
Like, with his car? So it was like an accident?
An accident, yeah, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed another person. Then a kid walked by too, so he just killed him too. And then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up to the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
The heck?
Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all just conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So what? What? Fun having long days. I'll call it sleuthing, but I know this game better. Fair. So he turned himself in.
Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Yeah, exactly. If he turned himself in, why did he run? Yeah, this is very confusing. There's so much more to this that we need to put together. About this.
Hey, is that?
And, okay, also, why did this knife end up in the tailpipe? Lana thought that this thing was important enough to hide in a muffler. Why? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of?
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you, forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But, no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
I mean, you, don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Stark's knife?
You bet! Down to the last fiber.
That is, pretty conclusive.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card should unlock the door.
What? Like, really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was like Detective Goodman's.
Oh, that won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something else we could show him that would make him change his mind. Probably? Maybe the photo? I wanna look at this for a minute. 'Cause wasn't there something else in here that they said? No, there's nothing new in here. Okay. I'm gonna try showing the photo.
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to show him. Let's see. We have the King of Prosecutors trophy. Maybe we need to go talk to Edgeworth first. Trophy? Maybe. I'm gonna go see if we can find Edgeworth first. Because he really wants to support Edgeworth. So maybe if Edgeworth gives us something, that'll clear things up. Or give us like a little bit of power over him, I guess. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking to what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought that we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing in here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. What is this? What is this? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him and I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, first let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, like, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. Yes! We can use it to get in the office! Alright, we're done looking around. Let's talk to him. He's always tsundere. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was... that the evidence was falsified. The police department and prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just like walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. It was really the only thing in my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Alright, we'll show him the picture after we talk about the day of the crime. Yes, because we love you! We'll help! We'll help him. Can you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up in the office that morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? Oh no. He made him take it back so that way the body could be dumped in Edgeworth's car. He had to make sure that Edgeworth was there. This. Oh, yeah. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. Yeah, and I was definitely on that page, but now we have confirmation that Edgeworth wasn't going to come back. That's right. Alright, let us present this. Hey, look at this photograph. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. the trophy that Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy had looked like until 2 years ago when there was an accident and someone was stabbed with it. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. Okay. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd. The second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. But why don't you tell us it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Detective Estane's on the case. I'm on it! Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Oh, there's a contradiction. Yeah!
Objection!
Exactly! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. Then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Alright. Let's go! Excuse me. Oh, it's her again. Would either of you care for a 1/4 pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches? You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Yeah, so I don't know if you caught her last time. She was a detective on that SL9 incident, and then afterwards was let go, and now works as a lunch lady, delivering lunches. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence for the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Sometimes they fall on it. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana. Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gunt! That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But, like, you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman. Oh, her voice is slipping into Emma's. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana as second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean?
Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence. I mean, what else was she talking about?
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall.
This is a lot of reading today.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
I will hydrate. Thanks for the reminder. How's the voice doing? Oh, it's getting a bit tired. Hopefully we'll wrap this up soon. I feel like if we don't get it done in the next half hour, we'll just have to stop in the middle. I'd like to hit a good stopping point, though.
Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way.
Yeah, he's definitely our wrong karma for this case.
The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he couldn't control the chief prosecutor. Oh, if he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he, like, control Lana?
I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. All right.
Oh, you back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're like a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey? Oh, like that DJ.
Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's like gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Don't worry, there is. And he's not gonna be happy to see it.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us, detective, to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
How do you just a quick hello since I'm tiered form work, so see you guys another time. D.
Charlie, thank you so much for the 10 months. Have a good rest. I hope you had an okay day, or night at work, rather.
That's it. I made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that if someone found out. They, wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you. Hey, Merip! All right. Let's make this one count. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Gumshoe is the best. Like, we're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. Have a good night, Charlie.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah!
Sorry, I thought you were like a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Just spent a straight 12 hours playing Ori? That's such a long time. But you should take warm hands and hydrate breaks. How are you? Is it the new Ori that you've been playing? Also, that's a long time. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in Pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I got a bad feeling about this. Time to look at everything. I'm tired. How are you, Merritt? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean like we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief might be hiding in the armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd like never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys know how scary that guy can be.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Music is beautiful. That's interesting because I can't stand the soundtrack. There's like 2 songs on this case's soundtrack that I can't stand, and this is one of them. Not as sleepy as I should be. Yeah, hopefully you get there then. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Who would have guessed? Oh, you meant the music in Ori. I gotcha. Yeah, I remember the first game. Ori had fantastic music. Bingo. Like, what number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
777 7777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number on the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to like look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a shard.
A shot from a broken cup?
It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's like something else in here too. A handprint. What is this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. We're gonna print this! This is like a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all that's in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shot from a cup? They look like pieces of evidence.
Oh, they look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great, now I have to prove the relevancy. No, it's fine. How are these 2 items related to the SL9 incident? We're gonna find out. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do to show the detective. Okay, so I think we have to present stuff to the detective. So let's look at everything else first real quick. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you too! Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the lists run twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at that case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what he's doing with this.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder...
No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! That chief must be hiding something about that case! It would appear so. Hold on, I want to take a look at that. What does it say? Oh. Oh! What? Oh, that's her drawing! That's Emma's drawing, I think. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Alright.
The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is on the 15th floor. Entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
Like, what's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
Hey, drummer boy. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. Well, then I hope you have a good nightmare. Sleep well. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Like, why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Aw.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor?
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Like, don't say that! Yes, it is, drummer boy. It's apparently a very long one, but we are getting towards the end. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then we all went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
Nah. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Okay, I think we've looked at everything. Oh, wait, this floor. This mark looks like some kind of flower.
Word is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor badge. The prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar? What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a shop dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
I bet he could put it in his little lacy cravat and it'd look nice, but anyway. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Okay, I think that's everything. So let's go back. We're gonna present some evidence to this boy. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Oh, what are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Oh, Gumshoe. It's not your fingerprints we want to take?
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, jeez.
Oh, I knew that. He was warned a lot. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor?
Alright. Let's check out prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't want to be told a million times.
Alright, let's get this over with. Yeah, I don't like to ban if I can help it, but you know, sometimes some people just can't control themselves. Ooh, that's not a very good print. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? Well, it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result than this print. Alright, let's try a different finger then. Okay, this one... Okay, I recognized that print already. I am curious what his unban request says, so please don't process it yet. Oh, it's Emma's print. Never mind. It was different than what I thought. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old.
They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Tss. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this.
Alright. Now we need to present the vase. She was in the crime scene. Yeah. What I think happened is that... Oh gosh. Because the material's clearly from... Neil's jacket or something. I feel like part of the reason the forgery of evidence happened was because Lana thinks that Emma killed him or something. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that thing back together. Ah, those were the days. She accidentally killed Neil? Yeah, probably. Or Lana thought she did and hid the evidence. We'll find out. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shots had an SL incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Just like that. There, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of evidence, hid a piece of jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But,
hey guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's like a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yeah, that's like where I was waiting for Lana on the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. I mean, you say that.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No! No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. No, he's great. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Having a pipe organ in a police station sounds like something from Resident Evil. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, If it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? He has lightning in his hair, and Emma saw a flash of lightning. I didn't even notice that. Hold on, where is that? I was trying to see if there was like a little zigzag on there, but there's not. Maybe. Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat?
Me, sir.
Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir!
Now get out. Oh my gosh, his eyes look really, really scary here. She saw it right after the lights went out. He could have turned out the lights, maybe.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then. Wait! You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir. I'd like a word with you. No, don't leave her alone. But, sir, I'm not... You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright! May I ask why he's Irish? Oh, because he's Irish.
Look, pal. If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, don't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. We're almost done. You know what? My voice is tired and it's 10 o'clock. We've already gone an hour over. So I'm gonna save here and we're gonna pick it up here. And that's just gonna have to be how it goes because I'm tired. Cliffhanger, yeah. What? You're into it, good. Usually I like to pause when it's like, to be continued, but no, what cliffhanger right here. What is Lana gonna say? Find out next week, because I can't play anymore today. Alright. It is a very long case. Alright, let's get some music going and we'll say goodnight. Have a good night, Merip. The TV show would have ended on Phoenix getting caught and Emma being questioned, so yeah, that's good. Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging. Estine needed a voice she wasn't using. Yep. Well, also, I think someone in chat mentioned that he was supposed to be Irish. But yeah, it's a good way to distinguish him from other people. Just throw on a dumb accent. That was a heck of a marathon. It was. Oh, my voice is gonna be dead tomorrow for sure. We'll see how that goes. First, let's roll credits. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. A lot of things happened during this stream. Thank you so much to Lost and Eighth for the bits, as well as Durky Dirk, Tis I Alley, HD, The Keel. Thank you all so much for those bits. German Boy, thanks for being on the mod team, for hanging out. Starrybot, thanks for being my bot. Yashiku, thank you for lurking and being on the mod team. And shout out to Derek for keeping us safe from spoilers. Darth Voran, thanks for following. Is that Pitsy? Javeman? Yeah, these are followers. And then we got some subscribers. Sangar, thank you so much for the resub. Mr. Uppercase T. HD. Lost in Eighth. Thank you for gifting a sub to Starrybot, and thank you for gifting a sub to Ice Bunny and Platt. And Charlie97, thanks for subscribing. Sorry, I wasn't here earlier. It's all good. Dirk was on top of it. I absolutely 100% appreciate my mods enforcing the rules and stuff. I know that is not a comfy thing to do, but we have each other's backs, and that's what's important. So thank you to my mod team for being the best. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow for an art stream. We'll see about when we start. I might push it off a little bit late, just because I've not been sleeping super great and my voice might be dead. So we'll see how I feel in the morning, but the plan is to start at 3 p.m. Eastern. Thursday, we're going to be starting Broken Age. We actually have to suspend our Stardew playthrough because our mods are not working with the new update. So we're going to have to suspend our playthrough until the mods start working again. So basically, we're mostly waiting for 1 or 2 mods to get updated. The producer framework mod, which is really important for a lot of our custom content, like all of the custom seeds and machines and stuff that we're using and recipes. And the mail framework mod needs updated as well, so we can receive recipes in the mail. So yeah, instead we're going to be playing Broken Age, which is a fun Double Fine adventure game where we're gonna play 2 different people exploring 2 very different worlds, and we'll see how they connect. Get some good sleeps. I'm gonna do my best, but insomnia is what insomnia does. Then on Friday, I'm gonna be over on Snow's channel. Hope you enjoy Broken Age. I've seen it played through before, and I quite like the story, so I'm excited to share it with all of you. So we're going to be over on Snow's channel on Friday at 1 p.m. where I'm going to be GMing a one-shot of Blades in the Dark. I finished my GM prep over the weekend, so hopefully it'll go smoothly, but who knows. So yeah, we'll be making characters and then blanking, making characters and then going through a score, and we'll see what happens. And then afterwards, we're going to be back here. We're going to be playing more Haven. So if you are excited to see what goes on with that story of those 2 lovers hiding out on a planet, that'll be on a Friday. I'll be off Saturday and Sunday, but I will be back on Monday over on Kels's channel, where we're going to be doing more Harvest Valley, which is a role-playing game that's set in a Stardew Valley / Harvest Moon type world, where we're all playing cool characters in a town, doing stuff. And I play a cute old witch who makes potions. And I love her. Alright, I'm gonna drop my links. Have a good night, GTF. Good luck with the GMing. Thank you. It's my first time running Blades, so I'm a bit nervous. But hopefully it'll be fine. If you're new here, we got a Discord. Feel free to join the Discord. It's a great place to hang out when I'm not live, and the best place for stream news. You can also follow me on Twitter at twitter.com/Astani, where I always tweet when I go live, and sometimes tweet other stuff, but not really. Sometimes, though. I mostly retweet other people who have more to say than I do. Blades is a thing, you know? That's true. I've played a lot of Blades and Scum, so I'm hoping that my experience as a player will make it easier to transition into GMing. We'll see. I'm nervous because I don't have much of a plan, but I'm not that bad at improvisation, so hopefully it'll be fine. If you want to check out my art, I do have a Patreon and a store. And then last but not least, I'm a Humble partner. So if you want to support this stream, you can use that affiliate link whenever you're shopping in the Humble store. It'll be great. Thank you everyone for the support. And the more you do, the better you'll do at it. Yep, I agree with that. Okay, that's it for me. Let's see if there's someone to raid. Probably is. Let's go raid Chancelin. She's doing some Stardew. And I feel like that's kind of the vibe right now. So thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I will see y'all again real soon.